Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. The hour was late, and the city lay beneath a mantle of quietude, broken only by the occasional murmur of wind threading its way through the chimney pots that clustered above the narrow streets of Fleet Street. Midnight had come and gone, yet the city seemed to hold its breath, as if in expectation of some unseen visitor. The air was thick with the tang of soot and the muted odour of rain-soaked cobbles, upon which the gas lamps cast their flickering glow, struggling against the prevailing darkness. The wind, that restless wanderer, wound its path with mischievous intent through the alleys and byways, finding its way into the narrow confines of every nook it passed, stirring the discarded papers and causing the iron railings to groan in protest. It was a night where the elements conspired to evoke a sense of mystery, the very atmosphere charged with an unspoken promise of things hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. The lamps burned low, their light a pale spectre in the shadowed streets, where shadows danced more vividly than any revelry. In this hour, when the city ought to have been ensconced in slumber, a persistent life yet pulsed beneath the surface. The watchmen, those vigilant sentinels of the night, moved with deliberate care, their lanterns swinging like pendulums marking the passage of time. Their boots, worn and weathered, struck the cobblestones with the steady rhythm, a metronome to which the city seemed to march. Their presence was both reassurance and reminder of the unseen forces that shaped the nightly passage of time. Fleet Street, that artery of commerce and communication, lay hushed, its usual clamour stilled. The shops stood in orderly rows, their windows darkened and their wares hidden from view. Yet, behind these facades, the presses slept, their metal mouths silent, awaiting the dawn to spit forth the day's news. The buildings, towering sentinels of brick and stone, loomed over the street, their facades weathered by time and the relentless march of progress. The wind sighed through the narrow gaps, whispering secrets of the past and the future, a lullaby for the city that never truly slept. Above, the sky was a tapestry of cloud and moonlight, the latter casting a silvery sheen upon the few puddles that lingered from an earlier shower. The moon, that watchful guardian, peered down with a benevolent gaze, illuminating the city in a light both kind and cold. Its pale beams caught the edges of the rooftops, imparting a ghostly glow to the slates and tiles, a reminder of the transient nature of all things. The chimneys, clustered like sentinels, exhaled thin wisps of smoke, their breath mingling with the night air, a testament to the labours that had transpired beneath their watch. In the distance, the toll of a solitary bell marked the passage of time with a solemn regularity, its echo reverberating through the streets and alleys. It was a sound both comforting and melancholic, a reminder of the constancy of time and the inevitability of change. The sound carried with it a sense of endurance, a testament to the unyielding spirit of the city and its inhabitants. The bell's tolling was a thread that bound the past to the present, a sonorous reminder of the city's enduring legacy. Thus did the city, in all its complexity and contradiction, rest beneath the watchful gaze of the night sky. It was a place of shadows and light, of silence and sound, where the mundane and the mysterious coexisted in a delicate balance. The wind, that tireless traveller, continued its journey, a whispering presence that wove its way through the fabric of the city, a constant companion to those who walked its streets. And so, beneath the cloak of night, the city of London awaited the dawn, with all its promise and uncertainty, a place of endless stories and untold mysteries, in a dimly lit chamber, where the shadows of evening and the flickering dance of candlelight conspired to create a world of half-formed shapes and muted colours. Mr. Elwood sat hunched over his writing desk, furrowing his brow in deep concentration. The room, modestly furnished with a battered armchair and a threadbare carpet, bore the marks of a man whose fortunes had long been in decline. The walls, stained by the soot of countless candles, seemed to close in around him, their silence broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards and the distant rumble of carriage wheels upon the cobblestone streets outside. The air within was thick with the odour of ink and the faint tang of wax, mingling with the persistent chill that seeped through the aged window panes. The candle's flame, a solitary beacon against the encroaching darkness, cast its glow upon the pages strewn before him, illuminating the half-formed words and phrases that lay scattered like the remnants of forgotten dreams. Mr. Elwood's quill scratched across the paper, a rhythmic sound that bore testament to the struggle between inspiration and frustration. The faintest of sighs escaped his lips as he paused, momentarily lost in thought. Outside, the city continued its nightly symphony, a blend of distant voices and the clatter of hooves, punctuated by the occasional cry of a street vendor or the bark of a watchful dog. These sounds, though muffled by the thick walls of his abode, reached Mr. Elwood's ears as a gentle reminder of the world beyond, a world from which he had long felt disconnected. His mind, however, was elsewhere, wandering through the labyrinth of his own creation, seeking the thread of a plot that had eluded him for many an hour. "Ah, but where have you gone?" he muttered, his voice a low murmur, as if speaking to the very words that refused to obey his command. "You were here, not so long ago, dancing at the edge of my consciousness, and now you vanish like smoke upon the wind." He shook his head, as if to rid himself of the phantoms that haunted his imagination, and returned to his task with renewed determination. The quill resumed its journey, tracing lines upon the page with a steady hand, yet each stroke seemed to add to his burden rather than alleviate it. The candle flickered, casting shadows that leapt and played upon the walls, a silent audience to his solitary endeavour. Time, that relentless thief, crept ever forward, its passage marked only by the gradual descent of the candle, and the deepening lines upon Mr. Elwood's weary face. The room, once a haven of creativity and inspiration, had become a battleground where the forces of doubt and ambition clashed with fervent intensity. The hours slipped by, unnoticed and unremarked, as Mr. Elwood laboured on, his thoughts a tangled web of half-rhymes and forgotten plots. Yet, despite the weight of his struggles, he persevered, driven by the faint hope that within the chaos of his mind lay the seed of a story yet untold. And so, the night wore on, the candle burning low, casting its wan light upon the scene of quiet determination and relentless toil. In that small room, amidst the clutter of ink-stained pages and the faint scent of tallow, Mr. Elwood sought the elusive muse that danced just beyond his grasp, a beacon of promise in a world of shadow and uncertainty. The air, dense with the scent of coal smoke and damp, seemed to press against the narrow window panes, as if the very night itself were a living entity, intent on making its presence known. The street outside lay shrouded in a murky pallor, the gas lamps casting feeble pools of light that struggled against the oppressive darkness. The persistent drizzle, a familiar companion to the city's inhabitants, tapped a rhythmic tattoo upon the roof, each drop a solitary note in a symphony of urban melancholy. Inside, the room held its breath, the quiet only disturbed by the occasional rustle of paper and the muted thud of a log settling in the grate. Mr. Elwood, his brow furrowed in concentration, was oblivious to all but the task at hand, his quill scratching a tentative path across the parchment. The candle's flame, now a timid flicker, wavered with each draught that slipped through the ill-fitting sash, its light casting elongated shadows that danced upon the walls in a silent, spectral ballet. It was then, amidst this scene of quiet labour, that a sound, both unexpected and deliberate, broke the stillness. A knock, slow and measured, reverberated through the room, its echo lingering like a question unanswered. Mr. Elwood paused, quill suspended mid-stroke, the ink pooling at its tip, threatening to drop. His thoughts, momentarily scattered, reassembled into wary anticipation. The hour was late, and visitors at such a time were as rare as sunshine in a London fog. Rising from his chair, he crossed the room with a measured step, passing the worn armchair that bore witness to many an evening's contemplation. The knock came again, persistent yet unhurried, as if the hand that delivered it was in no rush to be answered. Mr. Elwood, a man of modest means and solitary habits, expected little from the world beyond his door, save for the occasional visit from his landlord, whose presence was often heralded by an eager pounding, more akin to a summons than a request for entry. Reaching the door, he hesitated, his hand hovering over the latch. The street below, glimpsed through the small window, lay deserted, the cobblestones slick with rain, reflecting the dim glow of the gaslight like 1,000 tarnished coins. No figure stood in the waiting gloom, no shadow lurked in anticipation of the door's opening. It was as if the city itself had conspired to keep its secrets hidden, the knock a mere figment of the night's imagination. With a resolve born of curiosity rather than caution, Mr. Elwood drew back the bolt and opened the door, its hinges protesting with a creak that seemed to echo into the night. The threshold revealed naught but the swirling mist, a living shroud that shifted and coiled like a serpent in the lamplight. The street, silent and empty, offered no clue as to the identity of his midnight caller. He stood there, framed by the doorway, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the tenement's modest facade, his gaze sweeping the shadows for any sign of life. The mist, indifferent to his scrutiny, continued its ceaseless dance, a partner to the city's unseen mysteries. At length, with a sigh that mingled resignation with a hint of relief, Mr. Elwood retreated back into the warmth of his room, closing the door gently behind him. Returning to his desk, he resumed his seat, the quill once again poised over the parchment. Yet his thoughts, like the fog that clung to the city, remained unsettled, haunted by the unanswered question of the knock. The candle's flame, resilient in its defiance against the encroaching dark, cast its glow upon the pages, illuminating the words that sought to capture the essence of a world both familiar and strange. And so, with a glance to the window where the mist continued its vigil, Mr. Elwood surrendered once more to the muse, his pen tracing the contours of a story yet unfurling, the night ever watchful in its embrace. The candle, its light a solitary sentinel in the gloom, flickered uncertainly upon the table. Its flame danced in a tenuous ballet against the draught that crept through the ill-fitting window frame, whispering of chill and mystery from the fog-laden streets outside. Shadows, born of that quivering light, leapt and stretched across the shelves, transforming the room into a theatre of long-limbed spectres, their forms both grotesque and familiar. The books, bound in leather and time, stood in silent testimony to knowledge amassed and pondered. Dust, that perennial companion of neglected corners, lay thick upon their spines. Yet even this mantle could not fully obscure the gilt titles that proclaim their pedigree. The candle's glow, though diminished, still managed to caress these volumes with a gentle hand, revealing glimpses of forgotten wisdom and tales of adventure, of distant lands and ancient lore. The smallness of the room, clad in a coat of subdued colours, and worn by the passage of many years, seemed to expand and contract with the candle's wavering light. Each flicker heralded the advance of shadow, a creeping darkness that threatened to swallow the space whole. The air, heavy with the scent of tallow and ink, mingled with the damp breath of fog that slipped through the cracks, altering the room's character with each passing moment. Beyond the glass, the street lay shrouded in mist, a spectral river that flowed soundlessly between the rows of soot-darkened buildings. Here and there, the glow of a gas lamp pierced the murk, casting cones of light that illuminated the cobblestones with a pallor reminiscent of spectral illuminations. The occasional echo of carriage wheels upon stone, muffled yet distinct, hinted at life continuing its ceaseless march, oblivious to the nocturnal transformations occurring within the confines of the modest room. A solitary mouse, emboldened by the quiet and the cover of darkness, ventured forth from its hidden abode beneath the floorboards. Its whiskers quivered as it paused, assessing the room with small, bright eyes, before scampering across the worn rug to a shadowy corner where crumbs from an earlier repast lay scattered. It moved with the surety of one well acquainted with the terrain, its path a testament to the nightly rituals of survival. The candle faltered further, its flame shrinking to a mere glow, a heartbeat of light in a world growing steadily darker. The shadows, emboldened by this retreat, danced with greater fervour, their grotesque forms twisting and elongating with the room's every breath. A quiet seemed to settle over all, the kind of silence that speaks of anticipation, a pause before the inevitable descent into full night. Yet, even in this ebbing light, The faintest of sounds could be discerned, the soft rustle of pages turning, a whisper of ink upon paper. Mr. Elwood, still ensconced in his world of thought and creation, remained oblivious to the encroaching shadows. His pen continued its journey, tracing a line between imagination and reality, undeterred by the dimming light. The outside world receded further, the fog pressing close as if to peer through the window, curious about the solitary figure within. It wrapped the building in its cold embrace, a shroud that softened edges and blurred lines, transforming the familiar into the uncanny. In the distance, a clock struck the hour, each chime a reminder of time's inexorable passage, its rhythm steady amidst the night's unpredictability. The candle, now reduced to a stub, offered one final, defiant flare before succumbing to the darkness. Its light extinguished, the shadows claimed dominion, enveloping the room in their silent reign. Yet within this newfound obscurity there lay a promise of stories yet to be told, of dreams to be unfurled in the quiet hours before dawn. In the thick of the midnight hour, when the city lay shrouded in a quilt of fog and soot, a figure appeared at the threshold, framed by the doorway like a portrait touched by an unseen hand. The air, heavy with the residue of coal smoke, and the faintest whisper of the Thames, hung dense and unmoving, as if time itself had paused to observe this mysterious visitation. The gentleman stood there, a study in contrasts, his appearance both polite and pale, exuding an aura of familiarity that seemed to echo from some distant memory, yet shrouded in the enigma of the present. His attire, though modest, bore the unmistakable signs of a man accustomed to finer things, the cut of his coat precise, and the fabric of his trousers, though faded, hinting at a quality that belied their age. He removed his hat with a grace that bespoke breeding, and in the dim light that seeped from the gas lamp outside, his features emerged, sharp, yet softened by the pallor of his skin, as if the moon had lent him its glow. His eyes, keen and searching, surveyed the room with the quiet confidence of one who had traversed many a threshold, each footfall a testament to journeys both literal and metaphorical. The room, humbled by the encroaching shadows, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of his next move. The gentleman's gaze fell upon the remnants of the extinguished candle. The wax pooled in a small, defeated mound, and a faint smile, touched with irony, played upon his lips. In the flickering half-light, he appeared less a spectre of the night than a weary traveller paused at the crossroads of fate and fortune, his presence a bridge between the tangible and the ethereal. Outside, the streets lay hushed, the cobblestones slick with the night's dampness, reflecting the dim luminescence of the street lamps like forgotten stars cast upon the earth. The faint echo of a distant carriage, the clatter of hooves muffled by the fog, and the occasional cry of a night hawker all conspired to create a symphony of urban solitude. Yet within this solitude, life persisted, a silent testament to the resilience of the city and its denizens, who moved unseen beneath the veil of night. The gentleman, with a slow, deliberate motion, stepped into the room, his boots making no sound upon the wooden floorboards polished by time and countless footsteps. The air shifted slightly, acknowledging his presence, and the shadows, once more, receded, granting him passage into their realm. His hands, gloved in leather worn smooth by use, moved with a deftness that suggested familiarity with the world and its myriad machinations. As he stood there, his silhouette etched against the pale glow of the street lamp, a sense of purpose emanated from him, as if he were an emissary from some distant realm, tasked with a mission known only to him. The room, now a sanctuary from the outside world, seemed to lean in, eager for the revelation of his intentions, a silent witness to the unfolding drama of human existence. In that moment, the gentleman's gaze met the darkness with a kind of resolute acceptance, as if he saw within it a reflection of his own soul's journey, a journey marked by the passage of time, the accumulation of memories, and the unyielding march of fate. The room, bathed in the soft, muted light of the night, held its secrets close, yet offered them freely to this visitor, whose presence promised answers, even as it posed new questions. And so, in the stillness of the hour, with the world outside slumbering beneath its shroud of mist, the gentleman's visit began to weave its tale, a tale yet unwritten, yet inevitable in its unfolding. The night, ever the keeper of such stories, listened intently as the shadows danced silently in their eternal waltz, the city breathing deeply in its sleep. The night, shrouded in a dim and velvet gloom, seemed to draw closer around the small parlour where the writer sat, the embers in the grate whispering their last secrets before succumbing to quiet ash. The visitor, still and silent, stood before him like a figure conjured from those very embers, a spectre of youth and possibility, untouched by the wear of years or the grime of experience. In every line of his countenance, in the clarity of his eye, there was a reflection so keen and undeniable it pierced the heart of the observer with a pang both sharp and familiar. The writer, his pen poised in mid-air, gazed at this apparition with a mixture of curiosity and unease. The features, unmistakably his own, yet softened by the absence of toil and unshackled by the disappointments of life, seemed to whisper of ambitions once held, dreams once cherished, before the relentless march of time had rendered them into mere shadows of their former selves. The visitor's attire, simple yet elegant, bespoke neither excess nor privation, a balance that spoke to a life unhindered by the struggle that had so often shadowed the writer's own path. Around them, the room held its breath. The ticking of the clock on the mantel marked the passage of moments that felt suspended in some peculiar limbo. The faint light of the gas lamp outside, filtered through the sooty veil of the window, cast a pale illumination, rendering the scene both intimate and ethereal. The writer, compelled by an impulse he scarcely understood, leaned forward, his gaze fixed upon the visitor as if seeking to unravel some profound mystery within that youthful visage. In the stillness, the writer's thoughts wandered back to the streets of London, where fog lay heavy upon the cobblestones, and the city moved with a weary purpose through the thickening night. He recalled the days when he had walked those streets with a spring in his step and a fire in his heart, unburdened by the weight of failed enterprises and the ceaseless demands of existence. The visitor seemed to embody all that had been left behind in that relentless pursuit of success, an innocence, a purity of vision, unmarred by the compromises and concessions that life had wrought. The fire, now reduced to a mere glimmer, cast long shadows upon the walls, shadows that seemed to dance in mocking imitation of those bygone days. The visitor, unmoving, held the writer's gaze with a knowing look, a silent acknowledgment of the path not taken, of the choices made and the roads forsaken. There was no rebuke in that gaze, only a quiet understanding, a gentle reminder of the man he had once aspired to be before the world had claimed him with its ceaseless demands and unyielding realities. As the minutes slipped by, the writer felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, a reconciliation of sorts with the self he had long since buried beneath layers of practicality and endurance. The visitor's presence, though ephemeral, offered a glimpse of what might yet be salvaged from the wreckage of past aspirations, a spark of hope, a rekindling of that old flame which had once burned so brightly within him. The city outside, its myriad voices hushed in the embrace of night, seemed to echo this new-found resolve, its streets and alleys whispering tales of redemption and renewal. The writer, his pen now moving with a newfound purpose, felt the stirrings of inspiration within, as if the visitor had imparted some secret, some key to unlocking the dormant potential that lay hidden beneath the surface. In that moment, he understood that the visitor was not merely a ghost of ambition, but a beacon of what might yet be achieved, a reminder that the journey was far from over. As the clock struck the hour, marking the passage of time with its solemn chime, the writer looked up once more. The visitor, with a nod that seemed to convey both encouragement and farewell, began to fade into the shadows, his presence lingering like the echo of a forgotten melody. The room, now returned to its former quietude, held the promise of a new dawn, a dawn that would see the writer renewed in purpose, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead, with a spirit unbowed by the trials of the past. In the dim light of the room, where the remnants of a smouldering fire cast long, flickering shadows upon the walls, the writer sat hunched over his desk. Papers lay scattered in disarray, some bearing the ghostly impressions of ink now faded by time and neglect. These were the untold tales, the stories unfinished, their destinies suspended by the invisible hand of doubt. The air, heavy with the scent of old parchment and tallow, carried an unspoken weight, as if the very walls themselves listened with bated breath to the whispers of dreams deferred. The quill, a slender instrument of creation and despair, rested between the writer's fingers, poised yet unmoving. It was as if the ink within it hesitated to flow, aware that each stroke would further commit the writer's soul to the scrutiny of the world. Yet, in the stillness, a voice, soft and familiar, seemed to emerge from the very ether. Its tone, gentle yet insistent, spoke of courage lost and found, of paths abandoned and rediscovered. "Do you remember," the voice seemed to say, "the tale of the cobbler's son, who dreamed of shoes that could cross continents, yet never left his father's shop?" The writer's eyes, weary but alight with a rekindled spark, fell upon a crumpled sheet, its words half-formed, its ending forever elusive. And what of the seamstress, whose needle stitched not just cloth, but the fabric of lives, weaving destinies with every pass of her thread? Another page, another story, the lines blurred by the passage of time, and the absence of belief. As the voice murmured on, the room itself seemed to shift, the shadows deepening, then receding, as if to accommodate the parade of forgotten characters, each one, a figment of the writer's imagination, stepped forward, their faces illuminated by the glow of the dying embers. There was the lamplighter, his coat dusted with soot and dreams, his eyes reflecting the gaslights he tended nightly, and the flower seller, her hands chapped by cold and labour, yet tender as they cradled the blooms that were her livelihood and her solace. Outside, the city breathed, its heartbeat a constant murmur of wheels on cobblestones, the distant muffled cries of hawkers and the steady rhythm of footfalls on wet pavements. The fog, a steadfast companion to the night, wrapped the streets in a shroud of secrecy, as if safeguarding the tales that lay untold within its embrace. It was a city of contrasts, where wealth and want brushed shoulders, whispering stories that begged to be captured, yet often remained unsaid. The writer, now leaning back in his chair, felt the gentle pressure of these stories upon his chest, as if they sought release from the confines of his mind. His hand, almost of its own volition, began to move, the quill scratching across the paper with renewed purpose. The sound was a quiet symphony, a testament to the dialogue between the writer and his muse. Each word, each sentence, a bridge between the past and the future, between silence and expression. And so, in that quiet room, under the watchful gaze of the moonlight filtering through the narrow window, the conversation continued. It was a conversation not just between a man and his thoughts, but between the living and the imagined, between the whispered hopes and the spoken fears. It was a conversation that held within it the promise of redemption, a promise that the stories unfinished would one day find their voice and their place in the world. Thus, the writer, buoyed by the presence of his unseen companion, pressed on with his task, his heart a little lighter, his spirit a little stronger. The stories, once abandoned, now found new life in the flickering glow of the lamplight, their endings not yet written, but their beginnings full of possibility. And in that moment, as the first light of dawn began to creep over the rooftops, a sense of peace settled over him, a quiet assurance that courage, though sometimes faltering, was never truly lost. The fog lay thick upon the streets, curling around the corners of the city's ancient buildings and lingering upon the cobblestones with a damp embrace. The gas lamps, their flame flickering with a weary persistence, cast long shadows that seemed to dance and sway with the shifting mist. It was in this peculiar stillness, broken only by the distant clatter of a carriage or the muffled bark of a dog, that the visitor sat, his fingers tracing the worn leather of an old notebook. This humble volume, its covers scuffed by time and travel, lay open upon the table, revealing pages once blank, but now inscribed with lines that were not his own. The ink, dark and decisive, seemed to capture the very essence of thought and feeling, as if the words had sprung forth from the paper itself, rather than the pen of any man. A flicker of curiosity, mingled with a hint of trepidation, danced across the visitor's face as he turned the pages, each one whispering secrets of stories untold. The candle's light, warm and golden, illuminated the words with a gentle glow, casting a halo upon the mysteries they contained. Here, in these pages, were tales of struggle and triumph, of loss and redemption, woven together in a tapestry of human experience that transcended the ordinary bounds of time. The pages bore witness to a world both familiar and strange, where the mundane and the miraculous walked hand in hand. Tales of humble clerks and industrious seamstresses, of chimney sweeps and street vendors, of gentlemen and beggars, each life etched in ink with equal care and compassion. The words spoke of fog-bound mornings and rain-soaked evenings, of the rhythmic clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the ceaseless hum of the city's heart. As the visitor read, he could almost hear the voices of the characters, their laughter and their tears, echoing softly in the quiet room. There was a warmth in these stories, a humanity that reached out to him across the gulf of years, reminding him of the shared struggles and joys that bind all people together. With a thoughtful sigh, he paused to consider the notebook itself, its provenance as mysterious as the tales it contained. How these words had come to fill its pages was a puzzle, one that intrigued him even as it eluded his understanding. Yet, in this mystery, there was a certain comfort, an assurance that some things in life were meant to remain unexplained, to be savoured for their beauty and their depth rather than dissected for their meaning. The lamplight flickered once more, casting shadows that danced upon the walls like silent spectres. The room, with its modest furnishings and quiet air, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the visitor to turn the next page. Each leaf, a promise of discovery, beckoned him onward, inviting him to lose himself in the world they revealed. Outside, the fog continued its gentle embrace, softening the edges of the city and muting the sounds of life. The dawn was yet to break, but the promise of its light lingered on the horizon, a whisper of hope in the darkness. And within the room, the visitor sat in quiet contemplation, the notebook cradled in his hands, its secrets as yet unspent. The stories, though not his own, had become a part of him, their lessons woven into the fabric of his being. They spoke of courage and resilience, of the strength found in the most unexpected places, and of the quiet dignity that resides in every human heart. In their pages, he found a reflection of his own journey, a reminder that every life, no matter how humble, holds within it the seeds of greatness. As the first light of dawn began to thread its way through the fog, casting a gentle glow upon the waking city, the visitor closed the notebook with a sense of reverence. He placed it carefully upon the table, its mysteries intact, its stories still unfolding. There was a peace in the room, a quiet assurance that the tales contained within its pages would continue to inspire and illuminate, guiding those who sought their wisdom with an unfailing light. The notebook lay upon the table, its worn leather cover imbued with the quiet dignity of age, and the air within the room seemed to thicken with the expectancy of untold stories. The visitor, a figure ensconced in shadow, reached out with a tentative hand, his fingers brushing against the time-worn surface with the care of one handling a delicate artifact. As his fingertips met the paper's edge, a peculiar warmth seemed to emanate from the pages, as though the ink itself retained the pulse of the life it had once chronicled. In the dim light of the chamber, where a single candle flickered with a steady, unassuming glow, the visitor found himself transported to a realm beyond the immediate confines of the room. The candle's flame, casting its modest illumination, revealed the subtle contours of the bookshelves, their ranks lined with tomes of every conceivable size and hue. Each one was a sentinel of knowledge and imagination, standing in patient testimony to the ceaseless march of time and the endurance of ideas. With a slow, deliberate motion, the visitor opened the notebook once more, its pages rustling with a sound reminiscent of autumn leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. The ink, faded yet indelible, traced the contours of words long set down, each letter a testament to the hand that had guided the pen. Here were tales of ambition and folly, of love and despair, of the everyday struggles and triumphs that composed the tapestry of human experience. The visitor, though a stranger to the author, felt an inexplicable kinship with the voice that spoke from the pages, as if the ink itself bridged the gulf of years and circumstance. Outside, the city breathed in the measured tempo of a metropolis that never truly slumbered. The muffled clatter of hooves upon cobblestones, the distant cry of a street vendor hawking his wares, and the occasional bark of a stray dog mingled in a symphony of urban life. The fog, that ever-present companion of London, rolled lazily through the narrow alleys and broad thoroughfares alike, shrouding the city in its familiar embrace. It was a world of contrasts, where light and shadow danced in perpetual interplay, each defining the other with the certainty of opposites entwined. As the visitor continued to explore the notebook's contents, he encountered a passage that arrested his attention, its prose imbued with a poignancy that resonated deeply within him. The words spoke of a humble seamstress, her days spent in the toil of needle and thread, her nights given over to dreams of a life unencumbered by the weight of necessity. In the telling, there was an understanding, a compassion for the struggles faced by those who laboured in obscurity, their contributions often overlooked by a society preoccupied with its own grand designs. The visitor paused, his hand resting gently upon the page, and in that moment he felt the warmth once more, a gentle reminder of the humanity that pulsed beneath the surface of ink and paper. It was as if the very act of reading had awakened something dormant within him, a sense of connection to the myriad lives that had intersected, however briefly, with the narrative inscribed within the notebook's covers. In the quiet that followed, the visitor closed the notebook with a sense of reverence anew. The stories contained within its pages, though committed to paper by a hand long stilled, continued to speak with a voice undiminished by the passage of time. They were tales that would endure, offering solace and insight to those who would seek them out in moments of reflection and need. With a final, lingering glance at the notebook, the visitor rose from his seat, his footsteps echoing softly in the room as he made his way toward the door. The candle's flame flickered in the gentle draught, casting shadows that danced upon the walls in a silent tribute to the enduring power of words. Outside, the city's heartbeat continued unabated, the fog wrapping its tendrils about the streets as the night gave way, once more, to the promise of dawn. The wind swept through the narrow alleys of London with a restless spirit, a ceaseless energy that rattled window panes and tugged at the edges of worn curtains. Each gust seemed imbued with a life of its own, a chorus of whispering voices vying for entry, longing to breach the thin barrier that separated the warmth of the hearth from the chill of the night. The city, swathed in its eternal shroud of smoke and fog, appeared to breathe with an uneasy rhythm, as if the very buildings were engaged in a silent debate with the elements. In the flickering glow of gas lamps, the streets lay empty, but for the occasional silhouette of a constable on his beat, his heavy boots leaving a dull echo against the cobblestones. The wind, ever persistent, found its way into every crevice, probing the gaps between bricks, testing the resilience of shutters and doors. It carried with it the scent of the river, a mingling of brine and decay, that spoke of the city's industrious heart, yet also of its neglect. The windows of the small dwellings standing shoulder to shoulder along the lanes were like eyes, both watchful and weary, peering out into the obscurity. Within, families huddled close, the fire their sole defence against the draughts that sought to invade their sanctuary. The wind's lament, a mournful melody, intertwined with the quiet murmur of domestic life, the crackle of burning coal, the rustle of a turning page, the soft breathing of a child in slumber. Yet outside, the wind reigned supreme, its unseen hands wrapping around chimneys and slipping beneath eaves. It was as though the night itself were alive, the wind its messenger, dispatched to remind the occupants of each abode of the world beyond their doors, a world both vast and intimate, one that held secrets and stories in its every eddy and swirl. The lamplight, casting its yellow glow upon the glistening pavement, seemed to bow before the wind's insistence, flickering uncertainly as if unsure whether to stand its ground or succumb to the darkness. The iron railings, all cold and stark, stood resolute against the gusts, their shadows crisscrossing the paths like the bars of some great, invisible cage. In the distance, the mournful call of a foghorn echoed, a deep and resonant note that mingled with the wind's song, lending it a solemn gravitas in the heart of this bustling metropolis, where commerce and industry dictated the rhythm of life. The wind was a reminder of nature's untamed force, an element that defied the rigid order of the day. It swept over the rooftops and through the chimneys, passing by the watchful eyes of gargoyles perched upon grand facades, and slipping unnoticed through the cracks of tenements where the city's poorer inhabitants lay wrapped in uneasy dreams. The night was its domain, a vast theatre where it could play out its capricious whims, unrestrained by the cares of men. It was a visitor that required no invitation, a presence that neither begged nor bargained for entry. It entered, unbidden, and left in its wake a reminder of the fragility and transience of human endeavour. Here, in the shadow and the silence, the wind was a storyteller, weaving tales of far-off lands and forgotten times, of adventures yet to be undertaken, and tragedies yet to unfold. As the dawn began its slow advance, announcing its arrival with a pale light that crept across the horizon, the wind's fervour began to wane, its gusts softened, transforming into a gentle breeze that caressed the city with a whisper of promises whispered, but not heard. The night's tumult gave way to the quiet anticipation of a new day, as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for the sun to rise and cast its warmth upon the cold stones and weary faces that would soon fill the streets once more, within the dim confines of a modest parlour, where the walls bore the telltale stains of age, and the air was redolent of coal dust and wax. The visitor unfolded a tale long left to slumber in the recesses of youth. The room's sparse furnishings, a threadbare rug, a wooden sideboard, and a solitary lamp whose flickering light danced uncertainly upon the brown-papered walls, seemed to lean in with an air of curiosity, as if eager to hear the narrative renewed. The visitor's voice, steady and resonant, began to weave a tapestry of words, drawing from the wellspring of memory where the tale had been first spun. It was the story of a boy hemmed in by shadows, a mere lad whose heart quailed at the encroaching gloom that each evening brought. The boy, whose imagination was peopled with the phantoms of night, found no solace in the twilight hours that swallowed the city whole. In the boy's early days, the dark held dominion over his spirit, casting long fingers of dread upon his bedchamber, and transforming harmless shapes into sinister spectres. The gas lamps, standing sentinel along the cobbled streets, seemed to him like distant stars, aloof in their brilliance, yet powerless to banish the shadows that lurked in alleyways and behind curtained windows. There was a time when the boy's greatest desire was to bolt the door against the night, to bar his world from the encroaching tides of blackness. Yet, as the tale unfolded, the visitor spoke of a curious transformation that dawned upon the boy with the inevitability of morning light. Time, with its peculiar alchemy, softened his fears, and imbued in him a strange fascination with the very darkness that once held him captive. It was during those years, when the boy's mind was yet malleable, and his heart open to wonder, that he found himself drawn to the lamplighters, those custodians of the night who wandered the streets with their long poles, igniting the lamps with a deft flick of wrist and flame. The boy, now older, watched these men with a burgeoning admiration, noting how they ushered the light through the city's veins, transforming the murky thoroughfares into pathways of golden glow. Their craft, though humble, held a magic of its own, a magic that banished the night's terrors and replaced them with a comfort born of familiarity and warmth. The boy found himself lingering longer at the window, his fear of the dark giving way to a yearning to become part of this nightly ritual. Thus, the tale continued. The boy's resolve hardened, and he sought out the lamplighters, those guardians of the evening, to learn their ways. Clad in a coat too large for his frame, its sleeves retreating from his wrists like a receding tide, he joined their ranks, becoming an apprentice in the art of light. The street lamps, once objects of distant admiration, became his companions, their glass globes reflecting the light of his own burgeoning courage. Through mist and drizzle, beneath skies that threatened rain or snow, the boy, now a young man, strode with confidence. The city, with its labyrinthine streets and towering facades, transformed beneath his touch, each lamp springing to life in his wake. He learned to love the hours he once dreaded, finding in the quietude of the night a solace that eluded him by day. The fog that clung to the streets, like a shroud of mystery, was no longer a veil of menace, but an embrace of possibility. In time, the boy who had feared the shadows became their master, his heart beating in time with the rhythm of the city's pulse. The tale, retold in the visitor's voice, echoed through the room, a testament to the resilience of spirit and the transformative power of light. And as the final word settled into the stillness, it seemed as if the very walls sighed in contentment, their shadows softened by the glow of the single lamp that burned brightly against the encroaching night. The lamp, a solitary sentinel in the dim room, cast its steady glow over the worn pages of the tale that has been recounted with such fervour. Its flame flickered slightly, as if in contemplation, reflecting the quietude that had descended. In this small chamber, where shadows played upon the walls like silent witnesses to the unfolding drama, a realization began to unfurl within the heart of the listener. The story, with its intricate weave of fear and redemption, mirrored his own life with an undeniable clarity, a mirror held up to his soul. In the bustling city outside, the night pressed on. The fog, thick and unrelenting, swirled through the narrow streets, wrapping the cobblestones in its damp embrace. It crept up the iron railings of the houses and clung to the windows, obscuring the world beyond with a veil of grey. Yet here, within these four walls, the fog could not penetrate. Its tendrils were kept at bay by the warmth of understanding that had begun to kindle within. The tale had illuminated not just the room, but the mind of the listener, revealing truths previously shrouded in the mists of fear. In his heart, there had once been a fear that had clung to him like the very fog that now lay heavy upon the city. It was a fear of inadequacy, a fear of the darkness that had seemed to stretch on forever, unbroken by the light of purpose. But just as the tale had shown a path through the shadows, so too had life begun to teach him the lesson of service, that the greatest light one can create is found in the act of giving oneself to others. This realization, like a slumbering ember, had been fanned into a flame by the story's conclusion, casting light upon the path he must now tread. The city outside did not sleep. Carriages rattled over the cobbles, their wheels splashing through puddles left by the day's rain. Street vendors called out their wares, their cries echoing through the alleyways, mingling with the distant chime of church bells. The world was alive with movement and sound. Yet here, in this moment of introspection, it felt as if time had stilled. The tale had woven itself into the fabric of his existence, and with it, a new understanding of his own journey, a journey not unlike that of the story's protagonist, who had transformed fear into a beacon of hope. In the silence that followed the tale's end, the lamp's glow seemed to grow warmer, embracing the room with a comforting presence. It was a light that promised to guide, to illuminate the dark corners where doubt and fear had once dwelt. And as the listener sat, bathed in its glow, he knew that the story had not been an end, but a beginning that would see him carry the light of creation forward, to serve as a beacon for others lost in their own fog. The streets remained shrouded in mist, yet within him there was clarity. The city, with its smoke-stained buildings and perpetual hum of life, seemed a place transformed. The fog, once a symbol of his own uncertainty, now appeared as an ally, a reminder that light shines brightest in the darkest of times. He rose, casting one last glance at the pages that had so stirred his soul, before stepping toward the window. There, beyond the glass, the city stretched out in shadow and lamplight, a testament to the resilience of spirit, an ever-present metaphor of struggle and redemption. The tale had ended, but its lessons lingered, like the gentle glow of the lamp that flickered on, steadfast against the encroaching night. Here, in this quiet sanctuary, the man and his story had become one, a reflection of the universal dance of fear and hope, darkness and light. And as he stood, poised on the threshold of action, he knew that the journey ahead would be one of service, of creation, a journey illuminated by the light within. In the dim recesses of the chamber, where the shadows gathered in earnest conclave about the corners, and the flickering lamp cast uncertain tendrils of light upon the walls, there emerged a figure, indistinct yet palpable, a visitor of no earthly origin. This spectre, clad in the sombre hues of twilight, bore an air of solemn gravity, as if the weight of ages rested upon its translucent shoulders. The air hung thick with a silence that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of the room, enveloping it in a cloak of otherworldly anticipation. Upon the table, where ink stains bore testament to countless hours of toil and thought, the familiar sight of a quill lay, once broken, now whole. It shimmered with a lustre that defied the gloom. Its presence bespoke not of mere utility, but of a promise renewed, a promise of words yet unwritten, stories yet untold. The ghostly visitor, with a gesture both deliberate and gentle, extended this humble instrument toward the man who stood before him, a silent offering in the dim light. The man, startled by this apparition, hesitated, his hand hovering in the air as if caught between realms, his gaze fixed upon the quill, the symbol of his craft, now restored to him by hands unseen. The quill seemed to pulse with a life of its own, brimming with potential, each fibre of its feather whispering of the tales it longed to inscribe. As his fingers closed around the shaft, a warmth spread from the point of contact, a warmth that spoke of possibilities reclaimed and hopes rekindled. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its embers weaving a tapestry of shadows that danced upon the walls, each flicker a reminder of the transience of light and life. The room, though sparse and simple in its furnishings, seemed to expand, its boundaries softened by the interplay of light and shadow. Here, in this sacred space, the past and the future coalesced into a single moment, suspended in time, as the man accepted the quill from the spectral hand. Without a word, the visitor retreated into the recesses of the room, his form dissolving into the shadows until naught remained but the faintest echo of his presence. The man, now alone, stood with the quill in hand, the weight of its history and promise resting upon him. The ink, fresh and dark as night, glistened upon the nib, ready to spill forth into the world, to chart the course of imagination upon the parchment of reality. The window, framed by heavy drapes, offered a glimpse of the world beyond, where the city lay cloaked in fog and mystery. The gas lamps lining the street below flickered in the night, their glow steadfast against the shroud of darkness that enveloped the city. From afar, the distant sound of a carriage clattering over cobblestones reached his ears, a reminder of the ceaseless rhythm of life that pulsed through the veins of the metropolis. His mind, once clouded by doubt and hesitation, now found clarity in the quiet assurance of the quill's return. It was as though the very act of holding it rekindled the flame of purpose within him, illuminating the path ahead with a certainty born of inner conviction. The journey, once daunting in its uncertainty, now beckoned with the promise of discovery, each step a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As he turned toward his desk, the lamp's steady glow cast a circle of light upon the surface, a sanctuary within which creation could flourish. He placed the quill upon the inkstand, and there it rested, poised for the task ahead, a faithful companion in the solitude of night. The room, alive with quiet anticipation, held its breath as he prepared to commit thoughts to paper. The world outside continued its restless vigil, the fog creeping through the streets like a sentient being, wrapping the city in its cold embrace. Yet within these walls, the warmth of hope and creation burned brightly, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The man, a humble scribe of the human condition, embraced the silence, allowing the quill to guide him, its ink a conduit for the soul's expression. And thus, in the quietude of night, the quill began its dance upon the paper, each stroke a step in the timeless ballet of creation. The words flowed with a grace born of certainty, weaving tales of light and shadow, of struggle and triumph, as the world outside continued its silent, inexorable march toward the dawn. Beneath the dim glow of a single steadfast candle, the room was draped in a tapestry of shadow and flickering light, casting its warm, wavering glow upon two figures hunched in earnest labour over a wooden table. The waxen sentinel, stalwart and resolute, stood its ground against the encroaching darkness, its humble flame a beacon of industry amidst the surrounding gloom. The acrid scent of tallow mingled with the faintly bitter aroma of ink, creating an atmosphere both intimate and solitary, as if the very air conspired to keep their secrets safe within the confines of the chamber. The pair, absorbed in their task, moved as one, their shadows long and intertwined upon the walls, an echo of their shared purpose. A quill, held with care and determination, scratched its way across the coarse surface of parchment, leaving in its wake trails of black ink that mirrored the labyrinthine streets of the city beyond. Words, born of thought and shaped by intent, found their way onto the page, each letter a testament to the unspoken bond between writer and scribe. The candle, in its flickering steadfastness, seemed to nod approvingly, as if acknowledging the gravity of the moment. It cast its glow upon the ink-stained fingers, its light dancing upon the page as the quill moved in an intricate choreography, a delicate balance of pressure and sweep. Outside, the world lay cloaked in the velvet embrace of night, the city a slumbering giant, its breath a soft murmur of distant wheels, and the occasional bark of a stray dog. In the stillness, time itself seemed to hold its breath, the ticking of a clock a gentle reminder of the hours slipping by. Yet, within this cocoon of concentration, time was but a distant whisper, its passage marked only by the soft rustle of paper and the steady rhythm of penmanship. The candle burned with a singular devotion, its flame a guardian against the encroaching shadows, a steadfast ally in the pursuit of knowledge and expression. The room, though modest, held an air of quiet dignity, its walls lined with shelves that bore the weight of countless tomes, their spines cracked and worn from years of service. A small window, partially obscured by heavy drapes, offered a glimpse of the world beyond, a world wrapped in mist and mystery, where the cobblestones glistened with the sheen of evening rain. The candle's light, reflected in the glass, seemed to extend an invitation to the night, a silent challenge to the darkness that lay beyond. Amidst this tableau, the figures continued their work, their focus unbroken, their minds attuned to the task at hand. The quill moved with an elegance born of practice, its tip dancing across the page in a symphony of ink and parchment. The candle, its wax pooling at the base, marked the passage of time with solemn grace, its flame unwavering in its resolve to illuminate the path forward. And so, in this quiet sanctuary of thought and expression, the night wore on, the words flowing as steadily as the candle's light. Two shadows moved in harmony, their work a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring strength of the written word. The air hung heavy with the chill of a London winter's eve, as if the city itself hesitated to exhale, lest it disturb the delicate balance of night. The streets, cobbled and worn by countless footsteps, lay silent beneath the oppressive blanket of fog, which curled and twisted around the iron lamppost like a living entity, concealing more than it revealed. The lamps, their glass panes clouded with soot, cast a dim and wavering light that struggled to pierce the murk, creating a tapestry of shadows that danced upon the walls of narrow alleys and broader thoroughfares alike. As the clock at St. Paul's prepared to announce the midnight hour, an expectant hush settled over the city, broken only by the occasional clatter of a carriage, the distant bark of a dog, or the soft, persistent patter of rain, all of it drowned beneath the weight of anticipation. The rain, fine and relentless, fell with a gentle hiss, mingling with the smoke that rose from countless chimneys, each plume a testament to the lives below, to the labour and leisure, the joy and sorrow that played out beneath their roofs. Then, from the depths of the night, came the first toll of the bell. It resonated through the fog like a pebble cast into a still pond, its sound rippling outward, a sonorous punctuation to the end of each fleeting moment. The bell's voice was solemn, yet strangely comforting, a reminder that time, indifferent and unyielding, marched ever onward, heedless of the hopes and fears of those it governed. The sound spread across rooftops and down deserted lanes, finding its way into the city's hidden corners, where the weary and the watchful alike marked its passage. In a small garret room, a seamstress paused in her nocturnal toil, her needle poised above the fabric as she listened, her thoughts momentarily stilled by the deep, resonant chime. In the stables of a great house, a groom paused in his work, leaning against the half-door, the bell's toll mingling with the soft rustle of straw beneath the hooves of his charges. In the quiet of a law office, a young clerk, his eyes heavy with fatigue, glanced up from his ledger, the bell's tones blending with the scratch of his pen, marking the passage of both time and ink upon the page. Outside, a match seller, her wares tucked beneath her arm, shuffled along the pavement, the bell's echo a constant companion as she sought shelter from the rain beneath the eaves of a shop. The city, vast and sprawling, seemed to draw a collective breath as each peal faded into the mist, the steady rhythm of 12 strokes a counterpoint to the chaotic symphony of urban life. And as the final note lingered in the air, there was a moment, a heartbeat, where time appeared suspended, as if the world itself paused to listen. Yet, with the bell's last reverberation, the city resumed its restless motion, the momentary stillness giving way to the myriad sounds of life, the distant rumble of a train, the scurry of rats in the gutters, the soft murmur of voices from behind closed doors. The fog, implacable and dense, continued its slow, inexorable creep through the streets, laying its cold fingers upon stone and timber alike, as if to remind all who dwelt there of its pervasive reach. And so, the hours rolled on into the heart of night, the city cradled in the embrace of shadow and sound, each life within its bounds a single note in the great, unending melody of the metropolis. In the stillness of that fog-bound night, where the very air seemed composed of whispers and half-formed thoughts, the younger man, whose name had been swallowed by the mists of time and circumstance, stood poised at the threshold. The flickering light from the street lamp outside cast a pale glow through the grimy window pane, illuminating his features with an ethereal quality, as if he were not entirely of this world. His countenance bore the marks of youth tempered by experience, an enigmatic blend of innocence and wisdom that spoke of journeys taken and lessons learned. His smile, faint yet sincere, seemed to gather the dim light unto itself, warming the chill atmosphere with a quiet resolve. It was a smile that suggested a farewell not of sorrow or regret, but of acceptance and peace, as he prepared to step beyond the confines of the room into the unknown. The air was heavy with the scent of damp wool and the faint tang of coal smoke, mingling with the persistent aroma of the city, a reminder of the life that pulsed relentlessly beyond the walls. As he moved towards the door, the boards beneath his feet creaked softly, their protestations swallowed by the enveloping fog. The sound echoed briefly in the small space, a reminder of the transient nature of his presence in that place. His hand reached for the doorknob, pausing momentarily as if to capture the essence of the moment, to imprint it upon his memory before it slipped away, like so many other fleeting instants of significance. Beyond the door, the world waited, shrouded in a veil of mystery and possibility. The gas lamps, struggling valiantly against the murk, cast pools of wan light upon the cobblestones, their glow reflecting off the slick surfaces with a muted shimmer. The fog, thick and implacable, rolled in lazy eddies through the narrow alleys and wide thoroughfares alike, a living entity that seemed to breathe and shift with an intelligence of its own. The younger man, his silhouette framed by the weak light, appeared to fare not into darkness, but into a realm of soft illumination, where shadows danced lightly upon his path, and the distant hum of the city played a gentle counterpoint to the silence. He stepped forward with a grace that belied the weight of the moment, each movement deliberate and unhurried, as if time itself had slowed its ceaseless march to accommodate his departure. The door, once closed, became a barrier between the past and the future, a threshold marking the boundary of his journey. He paused, his form momentarily blurred by the fog and light, before continuing onward, merging with the night until he was but a memory, a whisper on the wind that rustled through the city, touching each life it passed with its ephemeral grace. In the wake of his passage, the room remained, filled with the quiet of absence. The furniture, humble and worn, stood as silent witnesses to the scene that had unfolded, each piece carrying its own history, its own tales of those who had come and gone. The walls, marked by the soot and grime of countless seasons, bore mute testimony to the lives that had intersected within their confines, a tapestry of human experience woven into their fabric. Outside, the city continued its ceaseless hum, the pulse of life undiminished by the departure of one soul. The fog, ever present and ever moving, wrapped the streets in its clammy embrace, a constant companion to those who ventured forth into the night. The lamps flickered with a weary persistence, their light a beacon to the wanderers who traversed the labyrinthine streets, each step a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Thus, as the young man faded into the light, the city held its breath for a moment, then exhaled, resuming its rhythm, its melody unbroken by his absence. The streets, the fog, the light, all conspired to create a tableau of transition and continuity, where each life was but a part of the greater whole, and each farewell a prelude to a new beginning. The candle flickered in its holder, casting uncertain shadows upon the walls of a modest chamber. The wick had burned low, a thin thread of blackened twine, struggling to bear the flame's weight as wax pooled in circles beneath it. These circles, like paragraphs completed in a well-thumbed book, marked the passage of night and the silent testament to the hours that had passed in quiet contemplation. The room, though small, was a repository of humble possessions, a worn chair, a table laden with papers, and a narrow bed tucked into the corner, its coverings rumpled as if recently vacated. Outside, the city continued its restless dance, the fog lying heavy upon the cobblestones like a shroud, muffling the footfalls of late wanderers and the distant rumble of carriage wheels. London, with its myriad of lives intertwined, seemed to breathe in time with the flickering flame, its heart pulsing with the rhythm of industry and commerce, of lives lived in the shadows and the glare of gaslight alike. The streets, though empty of significant narrative, were full of small dramas, each echoing the quiet resolve of those who traversed them. The candle, now reduced to its last inch, sputtered in the draught that whispered through the ill-fitting window panes. The glass, smudged with the fingerprints of the day's labours, caught the ruddy glow and refracted it into the room, creating brief illusions of warmth and comfort. Outside, the gas lamps burned with a steady amber glow, illuminating the fog in halos of light that seemed both inviting and elusive, like promises whispered in the dark. Within the chamber, the air was tinged with a faint scent of tallow, a reminder of the candle's humble origins. It was a smell familiar to the noses of clerks and seamstresses, of shopkeepers and chimney sweeps, each accustomed to the modest means by which they illuminated their evenings. In this, the candle was both a companion and a confidant, its light revealing the small truths of life, while its eventual demise mirrored the inevitable close of another day. A clock ticked somewhere in the distance, its steady cadence a counterpoint to the irregular flicker of the flame. The hands moved inexorably towards midnight, marking time with an indifference born of mechanical precision. The hour would soon toll, its chime cutting through the quiet like a clarion call, a reminder of the city's relentless march towards the future. As the candle's flame wavered, casting one last defiant glow, it seemed to acknowledge its own transience, a brief but earnest life lived in service of another's need for light. The wax, now a cooling pool at its base, bore the impressions of time, a testament to the hours it had illuminated, the thoughts it had witnessed, and the dreams it had softly encouraged. In the stillness, the city's breath could almost be felt, a slow exhalation that mingled with the fog and the night, enveloping the scene in a gentle embrace. The candle, its task complete, surrendered to the darkness, leaving behind a memory of light and the promise of its return with the dawn. The room, now in shadow, held within it the echoes of the day, the quiet conversations, the solitary musings, and the unspoken hopes that had been nurtured in the glow of its flame. The room, now swathed in shadow as thick as the fog that clung to the narrow streets outside, lay still, its silence punctuated only by the distant murmur of a city that never truly sleeps. The writer, seated before a desk worn by years of faithful service, leaned back in the chair, eyes glistening with the quiet triumph of having laid bare the contents of the heart upon the page. The walls, adorned with the faded portraits of forgotten ancestors, seemed to lean in closer, as if eager to witness the moment of creation that had just transpired. The ink, still wet, glistened in the dim light from the street lamp that flickered intermittently through the window, casting long shadows that danced across the room like spectres of the past. Each stroke of the pen had been a voyage, a journey through memory and imagination, and now, as the writer surveyed the scattered papers, a profound sense of completion settled like a gentle rain upon weary shoulders. Outside, the gaslights hissed softly in their iron cages, illuminating the cobblestones with a light that was both reassuring and melancholic. The rain, falling steadily, pattered against the window panes with a rhythm that spoke of endless nights and relentless time, drawing the writer's thoughts to the souls who traversed the slick streets, heads bowed against the chill of the evening. Within the room, the air was thick with the scent of old books and the faint aroma of tallow from the extinguished candle, mingling to create an atmosphere both musty and comforting. The writer, hands stained with ink and the weariness of long hours, murmured softly to the silent walls, "At last, I've written it all." These words, though spoken to no one, but the darkness and the ghosts of inspiration, carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken dreams and the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled. The fire, now reduced to glowing embers in the grate, cast a feeble warmth that did little to dispel the chill creeping through the floorboards. Yet in this moment, the writer found solace in the quietude, a respite from the cacophony of life beyond these four walls. Here, in this sanctuary of thought and reflection, the world seemed at a remove, its troubles held at bay by the simple act of creation. And so, as the night deepened, the writer remained, suspended between the reality of the present and the infinite possibilities of what had been captured on those pages. The words, once elusive, now lay etched in ink, a testament to perseverance, and the enduring power of the human spirit. It was a moment of reflection, a quiet pause in the relentless march of time, where past and future converged, held together by the fragile thread of a single human voice. The rain continued its gentle percussion, a reminder of the constancy of nature's song, unaltered by the triumphs or failures within. The writer, with a heart full of gratitude and a mind still whirring with the echoes of creation, closed the eyes for a moment, allowing the darkness to envelop the senses and the soul to rest, content in the knowledge that, for now, the story was complete. In the dim recesses of a London evening, where the fog wrapped itself around gas lamps like a worn-out shawl, the city seemed to exhale a breath laden with history and hope. The streets, slick with recent rain, glistened under the sparse illumination, revealing cobblestones that whispered tales of countless footsteps. Here and there, the clatter of a hansom cab echoed, its horses' shoes striking against the stones, each beat a rhythmic testament to the ceaseless movement of life. Amidst these echoes, a solitary figure paused beneath a flickering street lamp, its light casting long shadows that danced upon the brickwork. The air was thick with the scent of coal smoke, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp wool from the labourers who trudged past. In the distance, a clock tower chimed the hour, its solemn tolling marking the passage of time with a majesty that seemed to ripple through the evening air. As the figure stood, hat pulled low against the damp chill, there came a sound so soft it might have been imagined, yet it lingered with a curious insistence. It was the faintest echo, a whisper carried on the breath of the night, barely discernible above the murmur of the city. "And thank you for remembering me," it seemed to say, a phantom of a phrase that curled around the listener's consciousness like a half-remembered dream. In this moment, the street became a theatre of reflection, the world narrowing to the space between the whispered words and the heart that heard them. The figure shifted, hands buried deep in pockets, eyes scanning the shadows as if seeking the source of this spectral gratitude. Yet there was nothing, no movement save for the languid drift of smoke from chimney pots and the occasional flutter of a curtain in a high window, suggesting the unseen lives that carried on within. The rain began anew, a gentle patter that played upon the rooftops and pavements, a symphony of nature's design. It fell in a curtain of fine droplets, each one a prism that caught the light and refracted it into a spectrum of fleeting beauty. The figure tilted its head, allowing a droplet to trace a path down the cheek, mingling with the night's chill to form a rivulet of shared solitude. Amidst this tableau, the city continued its indifferent rhythm. A crossing sweeper, broom in hand, diligently cleared the path of debris, his movements precise and practised. Nearby, a costermonger wheeled his barrow, the wheels creaking under the weight of the wares that bore the promise of nourishment to those who could afford them. Their lives intersected briefly, two threads in the vast tapestry of metropolitan existence, each bound by the common pursuit of survival. Yet beneath the surface of this bustling world, there lingered an undercurrent of connection, a thread woven from the whispered thank you that persisted in the mind of the observer. It was a reminder of the unseen bonds that tied one soul to another, a testament to the power of memory and gratitude that transcends the boundaries of time and circumstance. In the quiet of that moment, the figure turned away, footsteps resolute upon the glistening cobblestones. The whispered words continued to echo, a haunting melody that played upon the heartstrings, prompting a smile that was at once wistful and content. The city, in its vast complexity, had offered a gift, a reminder of the small kindnesses that illuminate the darkness, the whispered acknowledgments that bridge the chasms between us. As the night deepened, the rain fell with renewed vigour, yet within its embrace lay a promise of renewal. The figure disappeared into the mist, a solitary silhouette swallowed by the night, carrying with it the whispered echo of gratitude. And in that quiet departure, the city found a moment of stillness, a pause in its relentless march, as if recognizing the significance of the unseen connections that bind us all. In a dim chamber, where the air hung with the faint, musty scent of ink and paper, and the solitary glow of a guttering candle cast flickering shadows upon the walls, a lone figure sat hunched over a desk. The quill, its feather bedraggled from countless hours of diligent service, glided across the parchment with a steady rhythm, like the measured stroke of a clock's pendulum. The room, with its sparse furnishings and well-worn carpet, bore witness to many a night spent in contemplation and toil, its silence broken only by the occasional creak of floorboards or the distant rumble of carriage wheels upon cobblestones. The candle's flame, weary from its night's vigil, danced erratically in its brass holder, casting a warm, golden halo that illuminated the ink-stained fingers of the scribe. He was a man of thoughtful countenance, his brow furrowed in concentration as he inscribed words of purpose and reflection upon the page. Outside, the world continued its ceaseless motion. The city, swathed in a blanket of fog, seemed to breathe in a slow, deliberate rhythm, its pulse felt in the distant clang of a church bell echoing through the dense mist. Yet, within the confines of this quiet room, time seemed to pause, as if in deference to the solitary labour within. The quill, once vibrant with motion, began to falter, its strokes becoming hesitant and incomplete. The hand that guided it grew heavy, as if burdened by the weight of the words it sought to convey, and then, with a gentle, almost imperceptible sigh, the quill slipped from his grasp, coming to rest upon the desk with a soft, muffled thud. This small act, unremarkable in its execution, held within it a profound significance. It was not the prelude to tragedy, but the quiet herald of rest. The scribe, his head bowed as if in prayer, allowed his eyes to close, surrendering to the gentle pull of slumber. The room, once filled with the quiet scratch of pen upon paper, now embraced the stillness, the candle's flame burning low, its light a sentinel against the encroaching shadows. Outside, the fog thickened, its tendrils weaving through the narrow lanes and alleys, softening the harsh outlines of the city. Gas lamps, with their haggard, unwilling glow, cast pools of dim light upon the slick pavements, where the footprints of the day's labours slowly faded into obscurity. The streets, once bustling with the cries of vendors and the clatter of hooves, now lay deserted, as if the city itself had taken a collective breath, pausing in its perpetual dance. In this moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, a quiet interlude in the symphony of life, where the lines between wakefulness and dreams blurred, and the boundaries of reality dissolved into the soft embrace of night. The scribe, his face now serene, slept undisturbed, his dreams a tapestry woven from the threads of his thoughts, each one a reflection of the world he inhabited. And so, the quill lay still, its work paused, but not forgotten, a testament to the indomitable spirit of creation that persists despite the trials of the day. The candle flickered once more, its flame a beacon of warmth in the encroaching darkness, before settling into a steady glow, its light a silent promise of the dawn yet to come. As the faintest blush of dawn began to colour the horizon, the study, silent yet watchful, sat ensconced in the dim embrace of the early hour. The air, still cool and hushed, carried the scent of lingering smoke from the spent coals that had kept the room warm through the night. A single window, its panes rimmed with the ghostly imprint of last evening's fog, stood as the only portal to the world beyond, where the first light seeped gently through, casting long fingers of pallor across the cluttered surface of the desk. Upon this desk, a scatter of papers lay, their edges lifting and falling with the gentle stir of a breeze that whispered through the slight crack in the window frame. Each sheet bore the marks of a late-night toil, hastily scribed notes and half-formed ideas, the ink blotted where the quill had lingered too long. The papers seemed to breathe, rising and falling in a slow rhythm, as if the very room itself exhaled the efforts of creation spent in its confines. In the corner, a brass-topped inkstand gleamed dully, its contents reflecting the sparse light with the solemnity befitting the early hour. Beside it, a well-worn blotter absorbed the last remnants of yesterday's thoughts, its surface mottled like the skin of a pond disturbed by rain. The quill, now resting, quietly, lay as if in repose, its nib darkened with the residue of words that had flown from it in the fevered haste of inspiration. The furniture, solid and unyielding, bore the patina of years, each scratch and dent a testament to time's inexorable passage. A high-backed chair, its upholstery faded yet serviceable, stood vigil over the room's proceedings, its arms worn smooth by the touch of countless hands. The bookcases, lined with volumes whose spines varied in hue from the deepest crimson to the palest gold, offered a silent counsel, their contents speaking of worlds both real and imagined, where the mind might wander at will. Outside, the city began to stir, though the sounds of life were yet muted, as if the streets themselves were reluctant to shake off the shroud of night. The faint clatter of a milkman's cart, the distant bark of a dog disturbed from its slumber, and the gentle clink of a lamplighter's pole as he extinguished the night's guardians, all mingled into a symphony of awakening. The city, a vast organism, stretched its limbs in the first light, preparing for the day's labours with a resolve both weary and hopeful. Within the study, the light continued its slow encroachment, caressing the spines of books and the surfaces of polished wood with the tenderness that spoke of renewal. The papers, no longer content to merely flutter, whispered softly of promise and potential, each rustle a reminder that the work of the mind, though paused, would soon resume with the coming of fuller light. The room, a sanctuary of thought and reflection, awaited the return of its occupant, ready to embrace once more the dance of ideas that would fill its air with purpose, and so, As the dawn unfurled its gentle embrace across the city, the study remained a quiet witness to the day's beginnings, a place where the past lingered in the shadows, and the future hovered just beyond, poised to step into the light. The promise of creation lay in the air, as tangible as the dust motes that floated lazily in the morning glow, and the room, in its stillness, held a patient anticipation of the life that would soon stir within its walls. In a district where the streets wound like the coils of a slumbering serpent, a quietude lingered over the rows of terraced houses, their bricks blackened with the grime of countless chimneys. The morning fog, a spectral presence in this landscape of industry and repose, hung low, wrapping itself around the iron railings and the occasional lamplighter who moved with weary precision along his route. The cobblestones, slick with the night's dew, reflected the dim glow of gas lamps, flickering uncertainly as if caught between wakefulness and dream. Within one such dwelling, the study stood as a sanctuary of contemplation, filled with the lingering aroma of ink and paper. The room bore the marks of earnest labour, a worn desk cluttered with quills and parchment, a solitary candle in its brass holder, its wax dripped into hardened rivulets like frozen streams. Here, the air was thick with the presence of unspoken words, their weight such that they might have settled into the very fabric of the room. It was a space where the past whispered through the creaking floorboards, and the future hovered in the promise of a completed manuscript, resting like a treasure upon the desk. The author, a man whose life appeared as a series of quiet struggles against the relentless tide of time, slumbered with his head cradled upon his folded arms. His breathing was steady, though his face bore the unmistakable lines of worry etched deeply by years of perseverance. Outside, the world continued its rhythm, oblivious to the silent triumph that lay beside him, a testament to his resolve, and a promise fulfilled in the solitude of the night. As the neighbourhood began to rouse from its slumber, a neighbour, a woman whose life was marked by the rhythms of the daily round, paused at the window opposite. Mrs. Pritchard, a widow of some years, was accustomed to her own rituals. Her mornings commenced with a brisk brushing away of the soot that gathered upon her sills, a never-ending battle against the city's breath. Today, however, something caught her eye, a flicker of curiosity prompted by the sight of the open window across the way. Peering through her own lace curtains, she observed the study with a keen eye sharpened by habit. The scene within struck her with a gentle force, the sight of the man asleep at his desk, papers scattered like autumn leaves, a candle guttering its last in the morning light. Her own heart, so often hardened against the trials of her day, softened at this glimpse of vulnerability, of a soul laid bare in the pursuit of its passion. In the quiet confines of her thoughts, Mrs. Pritchard considered the nature of such dedication, the kind that kept a man at his desk long past the hour of reckoning. She wondered at the stories contained within those pages, tales spun from the fabric of imagination, yet grounded in the realities of their shared world, a world of soot and steam, of narrow alleys, and the ceaseless din of progress. Her reverie was interrupted only by the distant sound of a milkman's cart, its wheels clattering over the cobbles, heralding the start of another day. Yet, even as she returned to her own tasks, the image lingered with her, a reminder of the quiet heroism that often went unnoticed in the daily grind of existence. There was a beauty in the struggle, in the solitary battles fought in the dead of night, as much as there was in the victories won in the full glare of day. And so, with a nod to the unseen author, she went about her morning, carrying with her the silent acknowledgment of a neighbour's labour and the promise of stories yet to be told. The city, meanwhile, roused itself fully, the fog lifting, slowly as if shrugging off a heavy cloak. The streets filled with the familiar symphony of voices and footsteps, of merchants calling their wares, and the clatter of carriages. Life resumed its pace, indifferent to the quiet drama that had played out in the shadows of a study, yet richer for its untold stories woven into the tapestry of the waking world. The night had surrendered its hold upon the city, and with the first faint light of dawn, the streets began to stir. The air, still clinging to the chill of the fading night, carried the scent of damp cobblestones and the residue of coal smoke that lingered like the memory of a forgotten dream. In a narrow lane, tucked away from the bustling thoroughfares, a solitary candle flickered on the sill of a small window. The flame, once bright and steadfast, now trembled against the encroaching light, casting wavering shadows that danced across the peeling plaster walls of the room within. The candle, humble in its purpose, had been a faithful companion through the night, its wax dribbling slowly down its side, pooling in irregular shapes upon the ledge. It had witnessed the quiet musings of a solitary figure, a scholar perhaps, or a clerk whose duties extended beyond the hours meant for rest. The room, modest and unadorned, bore the marks of its inhabitants' labours, papers strewn across a wooden table, an ink pot nearly dry, and a well-worn quill lying carelessly atop a ledger. As the dawn asserted itself, filling the room with a soft, grey light, the candle's flame guttered, its final moments a tender acknowledgment of its duty fulfilled. The wax, now hardened into a testament of the night, seemed to sigh as the flame extinguished, leaving behind a thin wisp of smoke that curled upwards, dissipating into the morning air with a gentle grace. Outside, the city awoke, its inhabitants emerging with the habitual energy of life resuming its course. Streets, which hours before lay silent under the watchful gaze of the night, now echoed with the rhythmic clatter of horses' hooves and the sharp cries of vendors setting up their stalls. The milkman, with his cart laden, made his rounds, the clink of bottles a familiar refrain. A costermonger, his barrow piled high with fresh produce, shouted his wares to the passers-by, his voice rising above the growing din. The street lamps, which had guided the weary and the lost through the darkness, now stood like silent sentinels, their glass surfaces dulled by the soot of countless nights. The gaslight, with its haggard and unwilling look, surrendered to the superior brilliance of the sun, its purpose temporarily suspended until the night should call it forth once more. Amidst this burgeoning vitality, the candle's absence went unnoticed, its quiet contribution to the world eclipsed by the grander spectacle of the day. Yet, in the quietude of its extinguishing, there lay a truth as enduring as the stones of the city itself, a reminder of the countless small acts that weave the fabric of life, unseen, unheralded, but essential. The scholar, who had sat through the night in the dim glow of the candle, now rose, stretching limbs stiffened by hours of concentration. He approached the window, his gaze drifting over the awakening cityscape, where chimney pots sprouted like odd flowers against the sky, their smoke mingling with the morning haze. He watched as a waterman, poles in hand, navigated the still waters of the river, deftly steering his craft through the tendrils of mist that clung to its surface. For a moment, the scholar lingered, his thoughts adrift on the currents of possibility that each new day carried. Then, with a sigh that echoed the candle's own, he turned away, leaving the window and its view to the sunlight that now streamed unimpeded, filling the room with warmth and promise. The world outside continued its relentless march, each moment a thread in the tapestry of existence. The candle, though diminished, had played its part, its light a beacon in the solitude of night. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden light upon the waking city, the memory of the flame remained, a silent testament to the enduring dance of light and shadow, of night and day. As the morning mist reluctantly withdrew its shroud from the cobblestones of London, the city's pulse quickened, measured in the clatter of hooves and the distant rumble of cartwheels. The street lamps, weary from their nocturnal vigil, flickered their last before yielding to the dawning sun's insistence. In the east, a pale luminescence crept over the rooftops, touching chimney pots with a promise of warmth, though the air still clung to its chill, stubborn as a debtor's resolve. Amidst this awakening, the city's familiar chorus resumed, the cries of costermongers hawking their wares, the clink of milk cans, and the sharp bark of coalmen on their rounds. In the heart of this bustling metropolis, behind a modest sash window, a writer sat ensconced at his desk, his quill poised above a sheaf of papers. The room bore the marks of a creative mind, books stacked haphazardly, ink stains like miniature constellations across the tabletop, and the faint scent of pipe tobacco lingering in the air. The writer's brow furrowed, a landscape of thought and contemplation, as he wrestled with the sentences before him, each word a brick in the edifice of his narrative. Yet there was a peculiar serenity in his task, a peace that settled over him like the dust motes that danced in the slanted morning light. Outside, the world moved with its customary vigour, each figure a thread in the city's vast tapestry. A seamstress, her fingers stained with dye, hurried along the pavement, her mind full of promises and overdue payments. A clerk, his collar starched to rigidity, shuffled past, the burden of ledgers and accounts visible in the stoop of his shoulders. These lives intersected with the writer's, though they remained unaware of the ink-stained hand that chronicled their existence, weaving their stories into the fabric of fiction. The writer paused, his quill suspended, as if awaiting some ethereal guidance from the whispered ghosts of his imagination. It was in this moment of stillness that he felt it, not the chill of the room, nor the weariness of his eyes, but the presence of something beyond the tangible, a sensation, gentle as the first breath of spring, enveloped him, urging him to continue, to see the scene through to its conclusion. Here was a ghost not of dread or sorrow, but of inspiration, a spectre that visited not to haunt, but to assist, to nudge the pen forward where the mind faltered. The quill resumed its dance across the paper, the writer's hand moving with new-found purpose. Words flowed like the river that wound its way through the city, shaping and reshaping the narrative until it resonated with a truth only the heart could comprehend. In this quiet communion between the living and the spectral, the writer found his peace, a contentment that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Beyond the window, the city's rhythm persisted, an ever-beating heart that neither paused nor hesitated. The day unfolded its tapestry, each thread a testimony to the resilience of its people. In the market squares, the cries of vendors rose in a harmonious discord, while in the shadowed alleys, the whispers of the unseen orchestrated their own symphony, and above it all, the sun climbed higher, its light a balm on the weary souls who trod the city's labyrinthine paths. In the sanctuary of his room, the writer set down his quill, his work complete, at least for the moment. The presence that had guided him remained, a silent companion that required no thanks, no acknowledgement, only the understanding that some spirits return not to haunt, but to help us finish the sentences we cannot complete alone. As the ink dried, the writer leaned back, his gaze drifting to the window where the world carried on, indifferent yet connected, a living testament to the stories yet untold.